They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. Sluggish start, Dock advantage. It's Sharp As from an inside post. Saratoga Banker displaying speed in second. G. Munning passes Father Walsh for third. Then 2 lengths back to Hey Hey Harry in a good spot behind. A fast pace in second last. And a gap of 4 lengths to the trailer. Dock advantage. Sharp As leads this group into the turn. Saratoga Banker has room in between horses. G. Munning will be 3 wide on the turn. Hey Hey Harry along the inside and fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. Dock advantage is out of last, passing Father Walsh, who's been shuffled back to the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. Sharp As, Saratoga Banker, Hey Hey Harry towards the inside. Dock advantage from far back is one from the outside. 4 across the track with 1 furlong to go, and Hey Hey Harry striking the front. Dock advantage surging late on the outside second. Hey Hey Harry, Dock advantage 1-2, 16th to go. It's Hey Hey Harry who got a perfect ride from Worry. Hey Hey Harry in the opener. Dock advantage second. Saratoga Banker third. Sharp As and try $8.20. Dime Super $5.10. Second race Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily. Ready, and they're off. A little bit of hop at the start there for Last Vintage. It's El Bombay, Tip of the Boot, and Opportunity Woo. These are the 3 quickest out of the gate. Last Vintage plays catch up to the inside at Giant Impact, and Mano y Mano is buried behind horses and angles to the outside for a little bit of clear running room at the back of the pack. As they navigate the first turn, it's Opportunity Woo who has the lead by about 2. Last Vintage to the outside, a Tip of the Boot, second and third. A length and a half to Giant Impact in fourth. 3 lengths back to Mano y Mano, who's about 3 lengths in front of El Bombi, who's in the 6th in trailing position. As they race up the backstretch, it's Opportunity Woo with 5 furlongs to go, who has the lead by a length and a half, 2. Last Vintage to the outside of Tip of the Boot. They're in tandem, second and third. Mano y Mano bettering his position on the outside in fourth. Giant Impact covered up in fifth, 4 off the lead, and then about 11 lengths to the trailer. El Bombi is at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the far turn. Opportunity Woo has the lead. The lead's 2 lengths. Mano y Mano is on the outside second. Tip of the Boot towards the inside third. Last Vintage drops back. Giant Impact under heavy pressure. And then 3 lengths to the trailer. El Bombi as they arrive at the top of the home stretch. And it's Opportunity Woo who comes off the turn, leading by 5 lengths. Tip of the Boot is towards the inside in second. Mano y Mano's on the outside third. And then in fourth, El Bombi. 1 furlong to go. Opportunity Woo on top. The lead 6. The battle for second. Tip of the Boot and Mano y Mano. Opportunity Woo, the drop down in class, does the trick. He'll break his maiden today. Tip of the Boot second. Mano y Mano third. El Bombi fourth. It's official. $270 the winning mutual. Double $11. Exacta $81.50. 50-cent try. $27.87. Dime Superfecta. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Love My Candy and Lose Redemption. These two barrel out for the lead. Chasing Daylight didn't get the best start in the world. Now plays catch up on the 3 wide sides. They go around that first turn in third. Shelley is in fourth, and then it's Dreamery and a length and a half to Sweet DeSantis, who trails the field. Love My Candy is on the front end, has the lead by 3 parts of a length. Hounded by Chasing Daylight, is up into second. Lose Redemption backs off the pace in third, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of about 10 lengths to Shelley in fourth, then another 3 lengths to Dreamery, who's about 3 lengths in front of Sweet DeSantis. Well strung out as they race up the backstretch. First quarter, 24 2/5. Love My Candy has a lead by still a length. Chasing Daylight still in chase mode second. Lose Redemption to the inside of Chasing Daylight in third, and Lose Redemption is up into second. And then about 6 lengths back to Shelley in fourth, who's about 5 lengths in front of Dreamery, and Sweet DeSantis trails the field, 3 furlongs from the winning line. Love My Candy has the lead. Lose Redemption's in second. Shelley's closing in nicely in third, and then it's Dreamery, Chasing Daylight, backpedaling, and at the back It's Sweet DeSantis as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Love My Candy, the early pace setter, has the lead. Lose Redemption. Shelley's on the grandstand side. Dreamery is also in the race, and Dreamery gets a beautiful split up into third. 1 furlong to go, and it's Shelley. Shelley forging to the front. Dreamery's in second. Love My Candy has no more to offer. 16th to go. It's Shelley who leads by 3 over Dreamery. Elite rally from Sweet DeSantis. It's Shelley victorious over Dreamery. Sweet DeSantis third. Lose Redemption Facta. $188. 50-cent trifecta. $186.75. Dime Super. And they're off. Price is Truth, Montauk Surf. Took a couple strides for Painting Stones to get on track, but once he did, he surged to the front end. It's Admiral Mose up the inside fourth. Ragtime Prankster 4 wide fifth, now up into fourth, a length and a half off the lead. And at the back is Rocked Out. Painting Stones with a half mile to go has the lead by a half length. Price is Truth in between horses. Montauk Surf 3 wide, Ragtime Prankster 4 deep as they go on to the turn. It's Admiral Mo in fifth. 3.5 lengths off the lead and a length and a half to Rocked Out, who trails the field. 2.5 furlongs to go. Painting Stones. Price is Truth in a good spot on the outside, but now comes under some pressure. Admiral Mo gets off the inside in third. We'll go to the far outside for clear running room as Painting Stones cuts the corner, comes off the turn, leading by a length and a half. Over Price is Truth in second. Admiral Mo's on the grandstand side in third. Then it's Rocked Out and Ragtime Prankster. 16th to go. Painting Stones shifting ground. It's Admiral Mo to the outside. Admiral Mo reels in Painting Stones for the victory. Price is Truth third. Rocked Out fourth. 40. Exacta $14. 50-cent try. $8.70. Dime Super $4.40. 50-cent pick 3. $18.12. They're all in the gate. And they're off. 8 Sunset Drive edging out for the lead. Support the Cats on the outside. Just a Guy is at the fence. Resistance Futile in the blue blinkers grabs that lead. Just a Guy second. 8 Sunset Drive out sprinted. Support the Cat now in third. As its First Son's Extreme outside in fourth. Followed up next by Deputy Tremont. Sharpoons in between horses. 8 Sunset Drive shuffle back to the tail of the field. Onto the turn. Just a Guy. Resistance Futile. These two battle for the top spot. Support the Cat 3 deep in third. As its First Sons, the gray outside 4 deep in fourth. Deputy Tremont behind the leaders in fifth. 3 lengths off the lead. Sharpoon is next, and 8 lengths to 8 Sunset Drive is at the back of the pack. Wide open here as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Resistance Futile is under pressure. First Son stand side. Deputy Tremont's in about the 2 paths. Support the Cat. 1 from the outside. 1 furlong to go. It's Support the Cat on the 3 wide side. Deputy Tremont gets through at the fence. Deputy Tremont gets that lead. 16th to go, and it will be Deputy Tremont who will prevail. Resistance Futile gets second. Support the Cat third. First Son's fourth. And they're off. It's Raw Courage who's accelerating out for the front end. Uncle Marty's at the fence, finalist in between those two. And then it's Henry III who's behind rivals, but will have a ground-saving trip around that first turn. Indy Cowboy outside of him. Barfly widest. Winning Drives in second last, and What's My Category inside of him at the back. 7.5 lengths from top to bottom as they navigate the first turn. It's Uncle Marty who's on top. The lead's a length. Finalist White Blinkers second. Raw Courage 3 wide third. Henry III's up the inside in a joint fourth with Indy Cowboy as Barfly's outside of him. A gap of 2 to Winning Drive is 7 lengths off the lead and trying to advance from the back. What's My Category is at the tail of the field. They have about 4.5 furlongs to go, 3 abreast up the backstretch. Uncle Marty, finalist, Raw Courage across the track, first, second, and third. Winning Drives on the outside, improving into a joint fourth with Henry III. Then it's Indy Cowboy who's getting shuffled. Then 3 lengths to What's My Category, and Barfly looks to be out of it. On to the far turn. It's finalist with 3 furlongs to go, sparring with Raw Courage for the top spot. Winning Drive now losing third to Henry III. Henry III's in third, 4 lengths off the lead. Uncle Marty is next. What's my category deep on the course? Indy Cowboy second last. Barfly trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. And it's Raw Courage and Finalist. These two brush an upper stretch. It's Henry the Third on the grandstand side trying to close in. And 2.5 lengths off the lead is he. 3 chances here, 1 furlong to go. It's Raw Courage and Finalist. These two continue to skirmish for the top spot in deep stretch. It's Finalist and Raw Courage. Finalist, Raw Courage, Raw Courage. I thought got a good bob, but that's a photo with Finalist. Then it was Henry the Third and Winning Drive fourth. Double 156.50, exacta $483, 50-cent try, $372.75. Dime super, $180.60. They're all in the gates, and they're off. Good start, Henry's Hope, who establishes an early lead. Halloway's on the outside in second, but now about 4 lengths off the pace. Montauk Memoirs in between horses. Sea Shepherd's in between runners as well. And here's Rio Aleve at the fence trying to scoot on through towards the inside. And a big gap of about 9 lengths to Holy Dancer, who's at the tail of the field. Henry's Hope, first quarter mile, 23 seconds. Henry's Hope has the lead by 4. Rio Aleve is kicked on through towards the inside to get second. Montauk Memoirs to the outside of Sea Shepherd. Halloway's on the extreme outside into the top 4, 6 off the lead. And a few more lengths back to Holy Dancer, who's at the back of the pack. But it's Henry's Hope, who has built up a 7-length cushion with a quarter of a mile left to travel. Rio Aleve is still in second. Montauk Memoirs in between horses. Halloway's on the outside. Holy Dancer's out of last. Holy Dancer will try and split rivals and change leads in the blue blinkers, but about 8 lengths off the lead of Henry's Hope. Henry's Hope in deep stretch on top by about 6 lengths as Holy Dancer rallies up the inside up into second. Henry's Hope by 3, but Henry's Hope will find the finish line in front. Holy Dancer closes from last to get second. $3 to Winnie Mutual, daily double $100, exacta $64.50, 50-cent trifecta $79, dime super $78, and they're off. It's Steiner who rushes out for the lead. Royal Suspect on the far outside. Rhymes Like Dimes is at the fence in about third. And then it's Speedy Hans, who's in between horses. Z-Bear 3 wide, and 4 lengths to Crypto Causeways in the 6th and trailing position. It's Royal Suspect who's on top of Steiner, but they're more or less on even terms, and they're clear by 2 lengths. Z-Bear in the Orange Silks in third. Rhymes Like Dimes has a foothold at the fence in fourth. A length and a half back to Speedy Hans, who's about 7 lengths in front of Crypto Causeway, who sets up shop at the back of the pack. First quarter was in 23 4/5. Steiner has the lead by a neck over Royal Suspect, who's niggled upon to keep up in second. Rhymes Like Dimes still behind rivals in a joint third. Z-Bear 3 wide into the far turn and 2.5 off the lead. Then 3 lengths to Speedy Hans, and Crypto Causeway draws closer at the back. On the far turn, Steiner gets the better of Royal Suspect as it's Z-Bear who's cut loose on the outside in second. Rhymes Like Dimes up the inside third. Crypto Causeways in fourth, but still about 7.5 lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch. It's Steiner who cuts the corner and is homeward bound. Has the lead by 2 lengths. Z-Bear, the danger on the outside. Rhymes Like Dimes dives over towards the rail, and then it's Crypto Causeway. 16th to go. Steiner, Z-Bear surging late on the outside, and Z-Bear collars Steiner in the last 50 yards to get up for the win. Rhymes Like Dimes third. Crypto Causeway fourth. Blanks, no changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time in 19 minutes. They're all in the gate, and they're off. It's HB Plaisant who's set to the offensive by Harkey and able to clear off by a couple lengths. Classical rates in second. Socks for Daughters, Town Kisser, and Haneni make up the next flight, third, fourth, and fifth. And then it's Street Cop Officers saves all the ground in sixth to the inside of Neptune Beach, and a margin of 3 lengths to Matty Penny, who's at the tail of the field. HB Plaisant on the front end has a lead by a diminishing length and a half as Classical cuts into the margin in second. Haneni towards the inside in third. Socks for Daughters races in fourth. And then a half length to Town Kisser in between horses in fifth. Street Cop Officer towards the rail in sixth, 5.5 off the lead. Then 3 parts of a length back to Neptune Beach. He's about 3 lengths in front of Manny Penny, who's at the tail of the field. Half mile to go, and it's HB Plaisance on top by a length over Classical, who is trying to get to that one in second. And then it's Socks for Daughters in third. Street Cop Officer is shifted to the outside. Now is in the midst of a rally. Street Cop Officer 2 lengths off the lead in third. And then in fourth, that's Socks for Daughters, who will get through at the fence. So we have 4 across the track with about a quarter of a mile left to travel, as it's Socks for Daughters and the blue blinkers towards the inside. Classical is 3 wide. And then it's Street Cop Officer on the stand side. HB Plaisance has no more to offer. Town Kisser is on the outside with Manny Penny 5th and 6th as they run down to the final furlong. It's Street Cop Officer who assumes command. Socks for Daughters towards the inside. And then it's Classical. Manny Penny's on the stand side, 16th to go. It's Street Cop Officer. Give jockey Luis Perez 2 on the card. Manny Penny gets up for second. Classical third. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Track at Finger Lakes is fast. We got about 57 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the opener, we do have a scratch. Scratch number 1, Scales of Gold. Number 1, Scales of Gold, the scratch. Number 6, Revivalism, the rider, a scant 1 pound over. Race number 2. Scratch number 2, Curtain Closed. Number 2, Curtain Closed, the scratch from race number 2. Race number 3. Scratch number 1, Devil or Angel. Number 1, Devil or Angel is a scratch from the 3rd. Number 5, Almond Cider, the rider 2 over. 4th race. Jockey change on number 3, World Bank, to Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz on number 3, World Bank. 5th race. Number 2, Light Thoughts, 3 pounds over. Number 4, Apollonia Vitelli, Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro on number 4, Apollonia Vitelli. Race 6. Scratch number 4, Native Spirit. Number 4, Native Spirit is a scratch from the 6th. Number 3, La Grande Artisana, 2 pounds over. Jockey change on number 8, Other People's Money, Luis Perez. Luis Perez on number 8, Other People's Money. 7th race. 7th race, scratch number 1, Gimme the Money. Number 1, Gimme the Money, a scratch from the 7th race. Number 2, Disco Dino, make the jockey Luis Perez. Luis Perez, new rider for number 2, Disco Dino. 8th and final, scratch number 5, Rockable. Scratch number 6, Creation of Adam. Rockable, Creation of Adam, the 5 and 6, scratched from the 8th race. Jockey change on number 8, U Butte, to Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz on number 8, U Butte in the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes. Track is fast. Got about 55 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. Have fun and good luck.
We're here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack to conclude the racing week with this Wednesday 8-race card. Man, looking back on yesterday, we had some long shots yesterday. I think the most notable was our feature race. I mean, I'm still kind of in shock of who won that race, but a great job by Jim Patine and David Lathrop. They teamed up to win with Z-Bear, pulling off the upset over a really good field. I mean, you had Crypto Causeway in there, you had Steiner in there, and it was Z-Bear, a horse that they had claimed just a couple races back, that ended up pulling off the upset on the stretch out. Caberco aboard 33-1. That was and I would have wanted higher odds than that, because it couldn't win for 11, or didn't win for 11, was claimed. They tried the horse in the Leon Reed Memorial, finished off the board, but maybe the stretch out was the key. Man, it was, I mean, the track did even out later, and on the first half of the card was mostly inside trips, but that horse was outside, and there was no fluke about it. That horse ran a big race and won. I'm still in shock that horse won. We had actually a few double-digit odd horses yesterday. Caber Coa rode that one, by the way. Coa is in Saratoga aboard Sweet Anniversary. Good luck to him there. But the best race of the day, maybe they weren't coming home that quick, but we had a nice stretch duel. Actually, they hooked up for most of the time between Raw Courage and finalists who... Raw Courage, for Adil Khan, was the one that ended up winning. Jose Rohina guided that one to victory. But it was hard to tell when they hit the wire together who won that race. Raw Courage will get the nose victory. And that one was 12-1. I think the other one was 20-1. It's almost a dead heat. I think if they were bobbing together, it was one of those head bobs that decided it. Then it was Shelley earlier in the day. Shelley on the stretch out hadn't shown as much this year. I always liked that horse. Shelley, Kevin Navarro was the one who was aboard Shelley. One of the great agent moves to get him aboard that one. A two-time winner that ended up winning at odds of 10-1 because the horse was still eligible for the 3 lifetime, but really did run a big race on in the route, and a little bit of money showed because the horse went off at 10-1 after not showing much in the sprints. Again, 115 first post today, a little later start, but we only got 8 of them before we'll be on vacation for a few days and come back with live racing on Monday. All right, let's look at the first race. We'll start off with an allowance race. This one is a never won 3 condition. Scratch the 1, Scales of Gold. Probably a significant scratch because of some speed on the rail. I thought it was an open race here. I can't really discount anybody in this one. I'm going to lean towards Newport Bridge off of his last race. Now, it was a race where Jack and Bernie, I don't know if you want to say he got tired or if he's looking for competition, but Jack and Bernie opened up a big lead in the stretch. Now, he kind of, maybe he's looking back, maybe he got tired late, but they all were coming at him. And Newport Bridge, I mean, Crypto Causeway was the one that almost won. Newport Bridge also, you got to say, what a big effort. I mean, it was an ambitious move, and that's how good David Iola is going right now. He's putting him in the right places. He's won a couple of $4,000 claimers, probably driving Michael Sabine nuts with those ones, but Newport Bridge has just hits the board. It doesn't matter what the competition. He's running some good seconds and thirds in the allowance lifetime conditions, and they said, what the heck, let's try the horse in the Leon Reed, and got a nice check, ran absolutely huge as Jack and Bernie was stopping late. Yeah, I think Newport Bridge, and it wasn't like this horse had a great trip either. Wasn't that good of a start, actually broke poorly, and still almost pulled off an improbable upset. Easier field today, obviously, going into the lifetime condition. I mean, Jack and Bernie would beat this field in hand. I'm going to go with this one on top. A little bit of a long shot for second. I'm going to go with He Has It All at odds of 5-1. Basically coming up in class. Well, not basically, is coming up in class. Just won the 2 lifetime at the 11-9 level, so not only does it move to the next tougher condition, steps up slightly as well. Now, is an allowance horse. I mean, let's face it, that was dropping to win and was much the best in that lifetime condition. So probably would have won a 2 lifetime allowance race. So it's not a step up in that sense because the horse was running against the 2 lifetime allowance races and ran second to Kitty Hawk and ran behind Blamiker, who ran the fastest time of the year. So, I mean, what do you expect? They drop the horse that's going to get claimed because the horse could win an allowance race and might be able to do so here today. 5-1 on this one, that's a good price. I see it just opened up at even money. Prince of Truth was part of the Truth race. Prince of Truth and Price of Truth. They ran 1-2. Now, Price of Truth didn't get the great trip the other day, or might have won. Didn't get the lead anyway. Prince of Truth was able to hold that one off last time. So moves to the next logical spot. That was first race over the track, so there is some room to improve for Prince of Truth. Wouldn't be a surprise in here. My Cool Hand Luke is the closer. If they back up, that one wouldn't be a surprise in here. Revivalism comes out of the 1 State Bred. Moving down to the allowance race. It's a Windy Leaf Farm, Kevin Navarro. Wouldn't be a surprise in here. So I thought it was a pretty competitive race, but I got to hand it to Newport Bridge just off of the big Leon Reed Memorial race. And the trainer's going good. I mean, David Iola, small barn, small outfit. It's good to see him doing well lately. Great guy, hard worker, paying off. Second race, an 11-9 maiden claimer, going 6 furlongs. We will scratch the 2. Curtain closed. Now, we're going to try a blinker change on La Dynamita. Is that like the guy that goes Dynamite? La Dynamite, I just aged myself. But this one adds blinkers. Did have a race over the track, and it was against maiden special weights. So that's the key. Ran into She's Grand. not a world beater, but she's pretty good at the maiden level. She deserved to win, and this one chased her home. Now, the reason I like this horse isn't so much that she's dropping. I mean, that's part of it. You look at this race and you look at the pace flow. There isn't any. I mean, there is absolutely no speed in this maiden 11-9. Not saying that La Dynamita has any speed. She doesn't. But I'm thinking that maybe this horse inherits the lead anyway, as she's close up to better fractions. And when I paced handicap this race, I kind of look at it like she might be the speed. And if she's not, probably should be anyway. Puts the blinkers back on, and that's the problem. Does she want to win? I mean, can she get through this maiden condition? Because she does have a lot of seconds and thirds when she was running, of course, tougher against Gulfstream, Oaklawn. They're tougher horses. So maybe that's what she needs. Maybe a race like this where she can get the lead, even though she shows no speed. It's just an absolute paceless race for the second. Got her on top. Unwoke, well, Flavian Pratt was riding this one at Saratoga. Now shows up here at Finger Lakes. She's the other one. Most of those races were 2-year-old races. First time as a 3-year-old, or second time as a 3-year-old, first time against older horses. She wasn't that badly beaten against the 30,000 maiden claimers, and that's not restricted for New York bred. So the number was good, considering she got beat less than double digits in there. That's a tough field. And now arrives at Finger Lakes, only making her 5th start. She's got room to improve. It's an easier spot than last time. She's the other one, I thought. I had to use somebody for 3rd. Moontown dropped slightly, but she didn't show anything last time. Lady Isabella didn't do anything in her debut. Toku doesn't show much. Maybe on the Tapita she showed a little bit. I mean, I got to use somebody for 3rd. I guess I'll lean towards the new face in Toku, as the other ones had trips over the track. I know Lady Isabella's been working well in the morning, but she's got to run better than her debut. I don't know, somebody's got to be 3rd. I thought it was either the 3 or the 5. Go with the new face. Okay, 3rd race. We're going to go below the bottom, below sea level here. We're going to go down to 4,000. What's the cheat? We used to have 3,000 years ago. I think we were there 4,000 when I started, and now we're going 5. Scratch the 1, Devil or Angel. And it is a competitive group. It's a non-winners of a race since the date. Again, 4,000. I'm thinking Cape Cod Gem gets the lead in here. And when you got a race like this, sometimes that's where you want to be. He's the speed of the speed. He couldn't hold off the winner last time. The winner was just Return the Ring had some class. I mean, Return the Ring had been running against much tougher. I mean, he was dropped to 4 for the 2nd straight time and got a trip. And Cape Cod Gem, it was 6 furlongs. It was only his 2nd start of the year. Today makes his 3rd start. He's the speed. See if he can hold on. He's 4-1 morning line. Norgay always fires. He's got the weight off today with Cintron. He's just got to get a trip. Again, they're all chasing after Cape Cod Gem. And Khalil's Dream has route speed. He's going to be the other closer. Smooth Tails has speed, but he's not as fast as Cape Cod Gem. He's going to be on the outside. Norgay has a chance to get a nice trip right in behind the speed in here. And I think when you're talking about horses at this level, when they're so closely matched, that weight can make the difference. And getting 7 pounds, that can make the difference for Norgay, who's always close anyway. He doesn't win a lot, but he's always right there. And again, you got to use Khalil's Dream. Was running against allowance horses. Comes back here against the 4,000s, and yeah, it was. I expected the horse to run better than what he did. His last race isn't good enough to win, but if he improves off of that race and shows that back class, you're not going to beat him. A lot of ifs, so I'll use a 3rd. 4-2-3 in the $4,000. Somebody's got to win heat. Remember, they got to step back up to 5 if they win. Fourth race, we're going to start the late pick 5. This is the one that carries over. Somebody hit it yesterday? I don't know how they did. Um, yeah, this was a tough one because you got some sprinters stretching out to the route. So the pace could be pretty decent. I'm looking at World Bank and Shock, both horses that have sprint speed stretching out to the route. Accelerita is going to be hung out there. I thought the horse that could get the trip is Silent Sandy. And that's how I'm looking at it from a trip standpoint, especially if the track's like it was the first few races yesterday. You got a nice rail trip yesterday, you were the winner. And it wasn't so much, you always have those rail speed tracks. So this week in general, Monday inside trips were okay. Yesterday, inside trips early in the day were really good. I mean, we were having inside exactas. Silent Sandy dropped last time to run second to Tail of the Tail, and Tail of the Tail, of course, got the better of it. And this one did finish ahead of Accelerina, and I could see a similar scenario today, and Silent Sandy running the better race again. Now, Accelerina could improve off of that race. That would be the only thing that you could say, because it was off a month and has more move to improve. But the fact that Silent Sandy moves to the rail might give this horse enough of an advantage to get her to the winner's circle. It's almost like Silent Sandy and Accelerina have similar form. Accelerina's coming from New York and dropped to the 11-9. Silent Sandy was here after running in New York, dropped from the allowance to the 11-9. They ran together. I'm just thinking, trip-wise, Silent Sandy could have the advantage. I'm splitting them up with Shock, who I'm thinking is going to be out there with World Bank, may even get the lead over World Bank, because she does show that sprint speed. Her race over the track, I mean, she wasn't doing very well in New York, I'll say that, because the last couple starts in New York, she's going to be pretty badly against winners after breaking her maiden. So the move here was good. She got a little overbet in that race. Now, I mean, it wasn't like they went that fast either for 5.5. Maybe the stretch out can help. It's not great, tremendous breeding to run all day type, but there's route in there. So I could see this horse trying to put away World Bank, who's also stretching out of the sprints, and maybe have a chance to steal it. Yeah, I got to use Accelerina. If you like Silent Sandy, they ran together. I guess I got to kind of use Accelerina too. Now, the horse stays here. Rudy Rodriguez was the one who brought this horse in. Decided, you know what, I didn't win. Here you go, Asaf Ronan, you train the horse. We'll leave her here at Finger Lakes and leave her at the same level because it's the proper level. I don't know if that's the way the transaction happened, but she was a beaten favorite that race. She was a heavy favorite. And it's really hard, unless you're thinking that she does improve off the race, to use her on top. Maybe she does. I mean, that was again, she was a little over a month off. First trip over the track, she could improve. Going to go with a 146 though in race number 4. Okay, 5th race. We got Kevin Navarro on Apollonia Vitelli. Again, Cabercoa riding Sweet Anniversary at Saratoga. 5th race goes 6 furlongs. Just looking at the numbers more than anything. I mean, Z End. Does this horse just keep getting better? Was a little bit of a shocker. I mean, nobody bet this horse in her debut. Usually, you get those first-time starters and they're that good. You look up at the board and they're 4-5. Well, this one was 31-1. I was more impressed when she came back and won. I mean, I was looking for all kinds of excuses how she won at 31-1. Well, she came back and beat a pretty good field the next start. Well, after that, I'm not letting her beat me again. She ran a second and a first. Of course, Mama Gigi had a head start on her. And then last time, she ran the best race she's run in her career. So she's only getting better with that 80 buyer last time. Probably repeats, if she can repeat it, probably wins here. I got her on top. Of course, Stephen Frett rode this one the first 3 starts, cruised last time. We wish Fret, of course, a very speedy recovery. He's still nursing a wrist injury. Not an easy injury to come back if you're trying to grip and ride horses. Unicorn Cake, always like this. When this horse wins, she's impressive. She has just an explosion down the lane. I think she likes to come up the inside and just win easy. When Andre's able to get that kind of a trip, she does. Well, last time she was on the outside and basically Dizarac outran her to the wire. Dizarac ended up getting the money to actually bet her late. I thought Dizarac got the better of the trip. She got first run. I'm not so sure that horse is that much better than Unicorn Cake, but she beat her that day. Again, which Unicorn Cake's going to show up? She's going to go 6 furlongs today, a little further than the 5.5 the last couple starts. See if that makes a difference for Unicorn Cake. But it just seems like she's really good when she gets the trip. She kind of runs to her competition when she doesn't. So we'll see if she can get a trip today. Because if she can, she's a strong contender in this race. And what do you do with Apollonia Vitelli? I mean, the horse was running in starter allowance conditions at Parks. The numbers weren't quite good enough to beat these, but the last number is good enough to be competitive. They thought enough to claim her for 25 and bring her here against State Breds, because she is a New York bred, but again, if she can run her last number, she'll be right there against these horses. But it's not like she's running that big a number against those starters at Parks. Good enough to be third, though. And because of all the pace in here, you look at this race, Unicorn Cake could get a trip because there is some pace in here. You got Small Pebbles, who will probably be sending from the rail. Light Thoughts likes to be up there close in the race. That Apollonia Vitelli probably wants to be in the race close too. That maybe She's a Wild Joker could improve off of her first start and maybe just pass some of these tiring horses that are chasing the speed. Keep in mind, it's 6 furlongs. Our riders and trainers are used to the 5.5 lately. I don't know why 5.5 has gotten so much more popular than 6 furlongs, but it has. It is what it is. If they want to go in 5.5, let's get some 5.5 furlong races going. But I'm an old school sprint liker. I like 6 furlongs at a mile and 16th are my favorite distances. So I like the 6 furlongs. But my point is, where we're used to riding and training for 5.5, that you get some guys that are a little more aggressive in these races, and then at 6 furlongs, you see the closers start winning races. Well, if they start backing up a little bit with in the chase mode, Wild Joker can sit back, relax, probably be last early, make a run to get in the number at 10-1. So I'm going 7, 5, 4, 6 in the 5th. Hope that made sense. Probably not. Made sense in my mind anyway. We'll scratch the 4. Native Spirit in a 3 and up maiden race with some first-time starters in it. Next week, I believe we got our first 2-year-old race next week. So I'm looking forward to that. Talk about first-time starter maidens. Always look forward to the babies running. It's not too long before, we get into August, so we get the 2-year-olds. We're always a little later than other tracks with the 2-year-olds here at Finger Lakes. But a couple of our biggest races of the year, 3 of them anyway, you have the Lady Finger, the Aspirant Stakes, and then the Futurity, which is one of the biggest purses of the year. Well, it has been traditionally. Looking forward to those 2-year-old races. Just had to throw that in there. I'm taking a little bit of a shot in here. I mean, it's not a big price morning line, 3rd choice morning line anyway. But I'm going to give Adjustable Rate another chance. And I'm a little unsure about what happened last time. She ran huge in her debut. She ran a good second behind Queen's Cat over a strong speed bias that Queen's Cat took advantage of. Now, Queen's Cat didn't just take advantage of the bias. She came back to beat winners and looked even better against winners. So that looks good for Adjustable Rate to run second to that horse. I'm thinking maybe she didn't take to the racetrack. Maybe something else went awry with Adjustable Rate. It seemed like she was in position early. She was in between horses. Maybe she didn't want to be in there. And then just dropped back out of it. So whatever happened, happened. And maybe it was a case of not taking to the off track last time. If you could forgive the effort, and I'm looking back to the debut and I'm going to forgive the effort, because that filly that ran in the debut, that ran second to Queen's Cat, would beat, you would think, would beat these maidens. I'm gonna take the shot that she will. I'm gonna use her on top at a little bit of a price. A horse that's got maybe too much experience to like her on top. And sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes that's a bad thing when you've had a lot of chances. Talking about Better Be Smart. Better Be Smart stays at the 5.5 furlong distance. She ran second her first race over the track, and it wasn't a bad effort. It was, I mean, she didn't go that fast for 5.5, and she got run down, but maybe just got run down by Equinox, a better horse. She got caught a little bit wide last time, so it was against the track, in a sense, because it was an inside day over that wet, fast track. So maybe you give her another chance. I'm going to use her underneath because she's had a lot of chances. Then you got a horse coming in here for Rob Atras that I just didn't know what to do with it. The debut on the dirt, you can't tell anything from that. And then, you know, you look at the other races, you got turf races where she's running well, but it's a different surface. The positive for this horse is coming in the dirt is she's got some turf breeding, but she's not really that strongly bred for the turf. So she could be just as good on the dirt as the turf. The other positive is she's not dropping in for a maiden claimer. She's coming here to run against maiden special weights. So they're looking for a decent purse here for other people's money. She wasn't good enough to run against the 50,000 turf horses, so maybe the dirt horse is special weight in New York, and she is a New York bred, so the bonus is there for her. So it's a nice move. It looks like it's a good spot for her. Question is how good is she on the dirt? I don't know. I mean, if they thought that she was a turf horse and she's running decently on turf, does it mean that she's going to be good enough to beat our main special weights? I guess that's the question mark that we're going to have answered today. Got to use her either way because it's good connections. Perez picks up the mount. I use her third. Of the first-time starters, just looking at the works, I don't love the breeding on any of them. The dam of the one horse, Classy West, cost $725,000. Talk about West Coast girl. Probably because she's by Medaglia d'Oro. Those are all expensive horses. The problem is, and it might be a steal, they only paid $5,000 for that horse. Drop in the bucket. I went with the 7 for fourth of the firsters. Juliet on approach. Now, the halves run here. You got Joe West and our First Lady. The dam was more of a turf horse. I think Oliver wins around the turf. But I like the works. I mean, they're steady works. They're pretty nice works for a 3-year-old filly, especially this time of year. When you see all these older, experienced horses run in the morning too, and she's running some good works. I'm gonna throw her in there for the first start. I'm gonna go with the 5, 6, 8, 7 in a tricky maiden race. Okay, 7th race. Remember, we got 8 today. Scratch the 1. Give me the money. Is it now or never for Disco Dino? I mean, a little disappointing last time when he dropped 11-9, but it was only his second start of the year. Guess they thought Disco Dino's not the same horse that he was when he won the Barker off the layoff and then won at Saratoga. I mean, in Sky We Trust is no slouch at that level. And Sky We Trust is really an allowance horse. So he still didn't have any excuse. I mean, the horse did 111 that beat him, but it was only a 4-horse field. And the word must have been out because the Sky We Trust ended up the favorite over Disco Dino. But, you know, it's Sky We Trust. Again, it's no slouch. Now, the scratch at Gimme the Money certainly doesn't hurt. Now, Disco Dino is the inside speed of the race. Warrior's Revenge, former Horse of the Year Warrior's Revenge, has some tactical speed. 42 aces coming out of routes. I don't know how much sprint speed he's going to have. That maybe Disco Dino runs a better race, shoots out there, and wins here. That's my thinking. It's almost like it's a now or never, though, at this level. You may see Disco Dino in for 5,000 next time if he doesn't do that. Speaking of which, Allure of Money's in for 5,000 next week. Talk about former New York Derby winner, stakes winner. I use a horse that's a little bit cheaper than these, but is an oldie but a goodie. We'll call him that. Old Man Winter. But he runs competitively against his competition. Now, this seems like a tougher task for Old Man Winter after the 5,000s and the Claiming Series races. But that can't beat me. Did put up a good number that beat him last time. I mean, it went fast for the day. They went 105 and change for 5.5. Old Man Winter, when he's on his game, he just runs well and he hits the board. That's what he does. So I can see this horse at a big price, at least a decent price, hit the board here, especially if everybody's chasing Disco Dino. Michael's very patient with his horse, sits, makes a run, he's there. Kind of how I see it. 42 Ace, what do you do with this horse? He's got some class, obviously, running against allowance horses in New York. He's got to work over the track, but he's running primarily route races. He's never won at this distance. He does have some sprint speed, so he can stay close with Disco Dino. Obviously, he's got the route speed, and they're going fast the last couple starts, and he's running good against some tough open claimers at New York. So class-wise, this could be considered a drop, even though the claiming price isn't really a drop off of the last race. It's a little bit of a drop from the open 16 to the 11 to 9 beaten. They're easier, but it is a sprint. You'd like him more in the route. I got him third. Breaking Stones is more of an underneath type. He steps up off of the $5,000 race that he ran last time. But he did win, and he was best. Tougher spot. I don't know. Did Buckley turn around Warrior's Revenge? We'll see with that one, too. I was actually impressed that Warrior's Revenge ran so good last time. But was it a case of follow the leader behind Almondro, or is this horse good? I mean, Buckley might have the key to Warrior's Revenge. It's another one to consider using. I'd like to see another start from that one first, though. All right, last race. Scratch the 5 Rockables, scratch the 6 Creation of Adam, who just won last week, or didn't win, but ran last week. I think he ran third. Wasn't the best of tactics for the stablemates that day. I just think maybe Irie Man sits the trip behind 5 Aces and Smile Takes Charge and all the speed. U-Butte's the other one, and gets the victory in the last. Can come back again and right back. Speaking of Creation of Adam, that was a race over a speed favoring racetrack. The Creation of Adam and Paint the Line just ran 1-2, and Irie Man had the tough start and never could recover on that speed favoring track. Well, he wasn't that impressive last time, battling long time horse in the condition, Support the Cat, for whatever reason was a favorite after all the scratches yesterday. Should have been Deputy Tremont. I felt bad for all the pick 4 and pick 5 players, but everybody was playing Support the Cat for whatever reason. Irie Man maybe can come back here. I know, again, you're battling a horse that likes to be second and third, so I'm not that impressed with the last race. But he stays at 5,000, and I just think he's going to get the trip today because there is some speed in here. The inside of the speed is the 5 Aces. The outside is the 7. I could have gone either way for second and third between these two. Smile Takes Charge drops after and cuts back in distance. There's some things to like there. Although I liked the horse last time, so I was a little disappointed on how he ran, but he is shortening up. 5 Aces, well, you can make an excuse for him. He lost all chance at the start. His last race wasn't that good either. But he also shortens up, so he's dangerous from the rail if he could get the lead over Smile Takes Charge because of his positioning, being on the inside. And maybe that's why I got him second, Smile Takes Charge third. But again, I could have gone either way because these two are the ones that might be going 1-2 around the track. And I'm hoping Irie Man gets the trip to pass him. So that's why I went with the 3-1-7 in today's last race. Of course, with no names coming off a good number. And U-Butte's another one with some speed on the outside. That's the finale of the 8 race card. And actually, the last race of the racing week. We still continue Monday through Wednesday. Are we going to get the kind of prices that we got yesterday? Yesterday was a memorable card. It really was, with the upsets that they had. And I got to give credit to Jim Patine. Congratulations to him and David Lathrop. Z Bear, a horse that they claimed to win that good purse, that allowance race yesterday. I think it's the upset of the year so far, anyway. I know it's maybe not the biggest price of the year, but to me, it was the best claim upset of the year. I know it was second stars off the claim. I just say congratulations to the connections. It's just a big surprise to me, and you just love to see it. That's part of the game, and that's the good part of the game when you see those smaller outfits win a big race like that, and the way they did it. I mean, they claimed the horse, and you're taking a risk when you're a smaller outfit. When you're claiming horses for that much money, and you're trying a horse in a stakes race, and then a big allowance race and to win. That's the good part of the game when you see the smaller stable do that. So congratulations again to them. We got live racing continue next week. We'll be dark the next few days. The next live day will be Monday, and that will go back to the 1 o'clock first post. Again, 1:15 today. Good luck.
On the track, first race at Finger Lakes. Looks like we're leading with the three Prince of Truth with Emmanuel De Diego. Number 4, He Has It All, Hemin Harkey. Number 5, My Cool Hand Luke and Jeremiah Flores. Number 6 is Revivalism, Kevin Navarro. And already off on the turn, number 2, Newport Bridge, Joel Cruz. Post time in a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. 8-race card on this Wednesday. Track is fast. Got a field of 5, 4-5 favorite number 2, Newport Ridge. Was a fast closing third in the Leon Reed Memorial Stakes on July 14th. 7-2 on number 4, He Has It All. They're all in the gate, and they're off, taking up after the start, My Cool Hand Luke. He Has It All sends out for the lead. Prince of Truth backs off the pace in second. The gray Newport Bridge towards the inside third. Then about 7 lengths to Revivalism, who's a length and a half in front of My Cool Hand Luke, who's at the back of the pack. He Has It All alone on the lead. The lead's about 5. Newport Bridge tries to cut into the margin in second, to the inside of Prince of Truth in third. And then about 10 lengths to the trailers. Revivalism to the outside of My Cool Hand Luke. First quarter mile drilled in 22 3/5, 2.5 furlongs to go. He Has It All. The lead's 3.5. Newport Bridge now a length in front of Prince of Truth for second. And the back two markers, Revivalism and My Cool Hand Luke, as they reach the top of the stretch, and He Has It All comes off the turn, leading by 5 lengths. Newport Bridge under a heavy drive in second, as well as Prince of Truth in third, and then in fourth, My Cool Hand Luke. 16th to go. He Has It All took the lead out of the starting gate and went all the way on the front end. A powerhouse performance from He Has It All. Newport Bridge second, My Cool Hand Luke third, Prince of Truth fourth. Four, two, five, three. Number 4, he has it all first. 6 furlongs and 110.77. First race official, he has it all. New York bred. 4-year-old baby gelding by Laban out of Zamquick. Joseph Marino, owner trainer. Hemon Harkey, the winning jockey. Tori Gladwell and Terry Burns bred. He has it all. $10.40 the winning mutual, exacta $18, trifecta $15, superfecta $4.65. Second race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 2, curtain closed. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time in 22 minutes at 1:46 p.m. Don't forget, there's a free handicapping contest at Finger Lakes on Monday, August 18th. Got to be a Lucky North Rewards member to play, and that's not difficult to do. $2,500 in prize money, $1,000 to first. Will be on Finger Lakes races 1 through 8. So a week from Monday. Monday, August 18th, the free handicapping contest at Finger Lakes.
All right, horses are in the paddock for race number 2, and shooting out of the gate and gone was Joe Barino, trainee in race number 1. He has it all off of the claim and gets the victory on Heeman Harkey. Very quick time for that first race. All right, let's look at the second. We scratched the 2, curtain close, and from a race where you just saw a lightning fast horse go gate to wire to a race which has absolutely no pace in it. That's what makes this race tricky, and that's why I think the public's got it right with the 2 horses they're betting. You got La Dynamita, adds the blinkers back. It may actually be the speed in here with the lack of pace in this race, because he hasn't shown much speed. Did get the lead in 22 and change at Oaklawn one race, going back some time when she did have blinkers on against restricted 3-year-olds, and she was chasing them down last time to run second against maiden special weights. She drops slightly to 11-9, but the big thing is maybe she could get the front against these rivals. She's favored over her rival Unwoke, who's at 6-5, and they're really the only 2 that are getting play right now. Unwoke arrives here from Saratoga, and she wasn't that badly beaten in a sense, considering what kind of field she was up against last time, an open 20 maiden. So this should be a good spot for her. It just depends on the trip and this pace flow, because there isn't much speed signed up. Exacta tries Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts here. We scratch the 2, curtain close.
On the track, race 2. Finger Lakes, scratch the 2. Here's your field. Number 1 is Unwoke and Jeremias Flores. Number 3 is Toku and Nasario Alvarado. Number 4, La Dinamita, Hemet Harkey. Number 5 is Lady Isabella, Carlos Camilo. And number 6, Moontown and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in approximately 4 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. Loading up for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Toku going in. La Dinamita, 3-5 favorite. Lady Isabella and Moontown. And they're all in the gate, and they're off. Taking up after the start, Toku. It's Lady Isabella and Moontown. These two rush out for the lead. La Dinamita in the white blinkers behind rivals takes back a tiny bit as it's Unwoke who advances up the inside up into third. And at the back, that is Toku. Spots the leader about 6 lengths up the backstretch. And that leader is Lady Isabella, who has a lead by a little over 2 lengths. Moontown is now swamped inside and outside. La Dinamita outside, Unwoke at the fence. And Toku gets into the race and is only about 3 lengths off the lead at the tail of the field. Lady Isabella 3 furlongs from the winning line, on top by about a length over La Dinamita outside. White blinkers second, Unwoke's at the fence. Moontown's trying to keep position in between horses, 2.5 lengths off the lead, and 2 lengths to Toku, who trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Lady Isabella turns them in. Moontown's on the outside with La Dinamita. Unwoke has room at the fence, 4 across the track with 1 furlong to go. Moontown, Unwoke at the inside, and then Lana Dinamita on the grandstand side, 16th to go. Moontown has the lead close to home, and Moontown pulls off the upset. Close for second, Unwoke or La Dinamita. Then it was Lady Isabella. Number 1, Unwoke got second. Third, number 4, La Dinamita. 6-1-4-5, 6 furlongs, and 113.92. Second race official, Moontown pays $18.20 to win. Moontown, 7th career start, a lucky one for this New York bred 3-year-old bay filly by Echo Town out of Culver Miss. Luis Gutierrez, owner trainer, Michael Davila Jr. The winning jockey. Cloyce C. Clark Jr., bred Moontown. Double $71, exact to $75.50. Dime Super, $18.87. 50-cent try, $25.50. Third race, Finger Lakes, scratch number 1, Devil or Angel. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. Post time in 18 minutes at 2:13 p.m.
All right, we're coming up on race number 3, and after a little bit of an upset as Moontown under Michael Davila gets the victory for Louis Gutierrez at a big price of 8-1. Michael doing a good job of getting position there and able to get the trip and get the victory. Well, we do have this third race of 4,000 claimer, but I have a special guest down here, down by the paddock. Everybody's been asking about her. I have Jackie Davis with me. Welcome, Jackie.
Thank you.
Uh,
I'm sorry. I'm actually really excited to come and visit everybody. I really miss being here and riding with everybody.
Jackie was involved with the spill. She was injured, but she's been out for a while. So the question that I have is, what is your estimated time, that you think that you'll be back in the saddle?
Well, we're not 100% sure. I'm still experiencing some of the side effects from the spill, but I do have a doctor's appointment next week, and I'm hoping to be able to start galloping in the next couple weeks.
Fair enough. Everybody likes Jackie here, and I've been getting asked everywhere, how's Jackie Davis? How's she doing? Everybody loves you. So everybody's been asking me that question, and I'll say, well, I haven't talked to her lately, but hopefully that she'll be back soon, and hopefully back by the end of the season. We're thinking that.
Yeah, I'm praying. In my mind, I was ready to come back before I was released from the hospital. So, but physically, I should be back before the meet's over.
Yeah, she's a real competitor. You could tell that's in her. But yes, I know you miss it. I know it's got to be tough to sit at home watching all the Finger Lakes riders, the horses. But you were you're just starting to get going before that spill happened. Don't remind. So did you look at any of the races today? I'm going to have Jackie. This is the thing. Jackie is going to join me on one of my handicapping shows in the morning. I have heard that you're a tremendous handicapper. Is that, of course, Ray Gutierrez told me that he was, then we found out that he wasn't. No, I had Ray on for a little while the other day. Yeah, I think he's out there. I think he was helping Luga win that race.
That's hilarious. Well, I don't know what he's able to do handicapping or not, but a lot of times when I handicap, everybody does what I think they're gonna do. But my favorite thing is when they surprise me and do something different, the riders, and then I got to rethink my plan. Mm-hmm. Actually, this race right here, they got Smooth Tails in it. I didn't look at the race, but I did very well on him before, and I win on him. He's a very difficult horse to ride. But Diego's got some good hands, and he's got some patience for him. So.
Okay, well said. This race, I'll try to figure out the track. The first race went in 110. That Joe Marino horse.
They went in 45 and wire to wire. In the very next race, they went 47. So I'm not quite. I think they added some water to it.
Well, I think there's a little difference in the quality of the horses.
Yeah, that too.
More than anything. But yeah, thanks for being on, Jack. I'm going to have Jack. I want to have you on my show before you get a chance to come back. I'd love to have you on.
Maybe you could have me on the show a lot before I come back.
Oh, I would great. People are sick of listening to me. They'd love to hear what you have to say. But of course, I went with the 4, 2, and 3. I'm hoping Cape Cod Gem gets the lead. It looks like the speed of the speed.
Yeah, but he looks like he needs the lead.
Yes, he does, and I think he's going to get it. I think he's going to get the lead.
Holly Dream's got a little speed. If Andre wants to be aggressive, and then they put Bug Girls on not to grab. So.
Right.
If he gets the lead, it looks like he can have it in company, but he needs it. So.
Okay, they're going out on the track for the third. Yeah, I got to have Jackie on the show. But anyway, they're going on the track for the third, and I'll be back for the fourth. We got about 4 minutes to post.
Let's go.
On the track, race 3 here at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 1, number 2, Norgay. with apprentice Alexa Marie Cintron aboard. Number 3 is Kali's Dream and Andre Worry. Number 4 is Cape Cod Gem, Joel Cruz. Number 5, Almond Cider, Hemenarchy. And number 6 is Smooth Tales and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in a few minutes. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. Horses are at the gate for race number 3. Field of 5 to go 5.5. Even money on number 2, Norgay. 5-2 on number 3, Khalid's Dream. Almond Cider and Smooth Tails behind the gate. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good start. Smooth Tails outside, setting out for the lead. Almond Cider now. Kick Cod Gem pokes the white blinkers in front. Almond Cider outside second. As it's Khalid's Dream towards the inside third. Smooth Tails tracks in fourth. And 2.5 lengths to Norgay in the fifth and trailing position. 2 horses pressing the pace. Less than a half mile to go. Cape Cod Gem on top of Almond Cider. Khalid's Dream right behind the leaders in third. A half length to Smooth Tails in fourth and a margin of 3. Norgay trails. First quarter mile quick, 22 2/5. 2.5 furlongs to go. Almond Cider now has the lead over Cape Cod Gem. Khalid's Dream in a good spot on the outside in third. Smooth Tails in fourth. And Norgay is at the back of the pack and about 6.5 lengths off the lead as they turn into the home stretch. As it's Almond Cider, but Khalid's Dream collars that one on the outside, and Norgay from far back, and Norgay one from the outside, getting the split. Norgay was dead last up the backstretch, and taking advantage of that quick pace is Norgay, and Norgay draws clear by a couple lengths over Khalid's Dream. Norgay in front. Khalid's Dream second, Smooth Tails third, Almond Cider fourth. Two, 3, 6, 5. Number 2, Norgay first. 5.5 furlongs, 106.88. To the winner's circle, number 2, Norgay. Kentucky bred 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Unified out of Fearless Leader. 3 players stable owns. Luis Gutierrez trains. Apprentice Alexa Marie Cintron, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for trainer Luis Gutierrez. It's official, $5.10 the winning mutual. Dime Super, $2.90. Daily Double, $115. Exacta, $14.40. 50-cent try, $11.80. Dime Super, $2.90. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, no scratches. Do have a jockey change at number 3, World Bank, to Joel Cruz. Joel Cruz on number 3, World Bank, in the 4th. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Late pick 5 starts in the 4th. 21 minutes to the 4th race here at Finger Lakes.
All right, horse in the paddock for race number 4, and that was Alexa Marie Cintron, able to sit a nice trip and able to split horses as Almond Cider was on a search and destroy mission, went after Cape Cod Gem, set up for the closer, and Norgay was in a perfect position to pick up the pieces. Another win for Lugu. Lugu's having a great day. Might be the presence of the sun. Fourth race, 11-9 claimer, never won 2 condition. This starts the late pick 5. And looking at it from a perspective of the pace and how this race flow goes, you had a couple of sprinters stretching out, and both of them have some tactical speed in sprints. You would expect horses like World Bank and Shock to possibly flash some speed in this route race. So I wouldn't expect it to be that slow up front. And it could be very interesting here if Shock can clear early, or if World Bank does take that sprint speed to her in the early going. Of course, they're both stretching out from the sprint. So, I'm thinking that maybe a horse like Silent Sandy could sit a nice trip here. I mean, Michael DeVille already has a victory today on a perfect ride earlier. This one lost by double digits to Equinox, but that was an allowance race. That was after she broke her maiden when she showed speed that day in a relatively paceless race, her first race over the track. Don't expect her to have those kind of tactics. Last time she didn't miss by much, just stalking a little bit just off. She might be able to sit the perfect pocket trip here behind the speed and save some ground and have some impact. I like Silent Sandy's chances after a good last race. She's coupled with I Am Eve. Tough to gauge how good this one is. She did win against the track last time, although the speed horse was the only speed horse that didn't win all day, and somebody had to win that race after that one stopped. But she did run a decent race in the mud, and that was when dropping to 5. But she steps back up. I would think Silent Sandy might be the stronger of the two. The other one to consider would be the outside horse. That's the 6, Accelerina. Now, she was in the same race as Silent Sandy. She was actually bet down to be the 1-2 favorite coming in from New York, and she did have the numbers that justified that for Rudy Rodriguez. Well, she stays here, changes hands, goes to the barn of Asaf Ronan from Rudy Rodriguez off of the performance. It wasn't like she was that badly beaten. She's on the outside, and if you like Silent Sandy, which I do, you got to consider Accelerina too, who comes out of the same race. And not much separate them. I just think Silent Sandy might get the better of the trips with her running style, and with Accelerina maybe stuck outside there with her tactical speed. Well, those are some of the contenders for the 4th race. Got about 7 minutes to post. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 5 starts with this race.
On the track for the fourth, there's the one Silent Sandy, Michael DeVilla Jr. aboard. Other half of the entry, the 1A IMEV and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 2 is Dharma, Christian Navarro up. Number 3 is World Bank, jockey James Joel Cruz. Number 4 is Shock, Andre Worry, the rider. Number 5 is Stella Brown and Alexa Marie Cintron. And number 6, Accelerina with Hemen Harkey. Post time in a few minutes. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Silent Sandy's the gray, IMEV, Dharma, World Bank, Shock, Stella Brown, Accelerina, Stella Brown, no IMEV. Horses are at the gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 fillies and mares, 6 betting interests, going a mile and 70 yards. 9 to 5 on the entry of Silent Sandy and IMEV. 2 to 1 number 6 Accelerina. 5 to 2 number 4 Shock. World Bank goes in. Shock. IMEV, Stella Brown, and Accelerina. They're all on the gate. And they're off. World Bank with a great start, sending out for the lead. Silent Sandy's up the inside. Here's Accelerina on the far outside. Stella Brown inside of her, and Shock is in between horses as they fight for early supremacy. World Bank on top. Silent Sandy's up the inside. Stella Brown contesting the pace 3 wide in third. 2 lengths Accelerina fourth. Shock is racing in fifth. Then a length and a half 2 to Dharma, who's to the inside of IMEV, who's at the back of the pack. As they turn onto the backstretch, it's World Bank with a slender lead over Silent Sandy in second. Stella Brown defers in third, 3 lengths off the lead. A space of 3 to Shock, who is in fourth. Dharma's towards the inside in fifth. Accelerina shuffle back sixth. And then a neck back to IMEV, who is in the seventh and trailing position. Half mile to go. World Bank goes to the opening half in 48 and a fifth and is clear by about 4 over Silent Sandy, the gray in second. Shock ranging up to the outside. Dharma's at the fence. Dharma's now up into second, 2 lengths off the lead. Stella Brown has 8 lengths to find. IMEV second last. Accelerina trails the field as World Bank has a couple of challengers on the outside, and Shock and Dharma, and Shock and Dharma take over from World Bank, who is shaking up in third. And then it's Silent Sandy fourth, IMEV fifth. Looks like a 2-horse race. They got 3/16 to go. It's Dharma who is to the inside of Shock, and these two are clear by many lengths. 1 furlong to go. Dharma with the advantage. Shock not giving up on the outside. Dharma drifting out wide. Shock is on the outside. They're closer to the outer rail right now. It's Dharma and Shock. Dharma wins over Shock. And then it was Silent Sandy close for fourth, IMEV or World Bank. Stewart's inquiry, jockey objection. The objection is 4 versus 2. We'll wait for the numbers to be posted. But Stewart's taking a look at the stretch run, also jockey objection. Involved in the stretch run, please hold all tickets. Number 2, Dharma first. Second, number 4, Shock. Third, number 1, Silent Sandy. Fourth, the 1A IMEV. Stewart's inquiry, jockey objection in race number 4 from Finger Lakes. The objection is 4 versus 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a disqualification. Number 2, Dharma has been disqualified from first and placed second for interference to the 4, Shock. The stewards ruled that the 2, Dharma, interfered with the 4, Shock at around the 16th pole or in. Enough warranting a disqualification. Shock is now your winner. Shock, New York bred, 3-year-old chestnut filly by Daredevil out of Naked Avenger. T&J Stable owns, Jeremiah Engelhardt trains, Andre Worry the winning jockey. Here's the pan shot right now. We're taking a look at the top 2. Number 2, Dharma. White silks, red and yellow silks worn by Worry on the 4, Shock, Dharma coming out there inside the 16th pole enough, interfering with the 4, Shock for this disqualification. Here's the head-on shot. Dharma going from our right to our left on the head-on shot, making contact with the force shock. And that's the reason for the DQ in race number 4. Shock pays $4.80 to win. Double $17.40, exacta $37.80. 50-cent try, $17.87. Dime super, $10.30. 50-cent pick 3, $67.87. Fifth race, Finger Lakes. Jockey change on number 4, Apollonia Vitelli, Kevin Navarro. Kevin Navarro on the 4. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time in 19 minutes.
All right, we're getting ready for race number 5. We had a stretch duel. It did turn out to be a 2-horse race as we went down the stretch. It was Dharma and Shock, as Dharma coming out on Shock, in the opinion of the stewards, was enough for the disqualification. So Shock does get awarded the victory as Andre Worry for Jeremiah Engelhard. We go to the 5th. The 5th race, an allowance race for fillies and mares. And it is a state bred or a race. Now there's a race condition for fillies and mares, or never won 4 races. So we look at it from this perspective. You look at the numbers. ZN coming off a lifetime best last time. When she went 111, she earned an 80 buyer for that race, and she defeated Queen's Cat, who had won a couple in a row. It was a pretty good field. Now she finished second to Mamba Gigi, and that was her only loss. And Mama Gigi kind of got loose, got a head start, but got loose in there. And that was at 5.5 furlongs. She is undefeated at 3/4, and she'll go 6 furlongs today. She's outside. She can lay close, and she should be awfully tough in here if she can repeat that number. Unicorn Cake looked pretty good in victory off of the layoff. She was able to sit a nice trip and then just exploded up the inside to get the win. It was very similar, although she won by more, when she won the 2 lifetime. Well, Deezer Rock got first run on her last time, and Deezer Rock did put up a good number in that race. So there was no shame in losing to that rival. She's off a little bit of a break since that race, but she looks like the main threat to ZN, and she's definitely a contender depending on how this race flow goes. Other horses to consider, you got an interesting one, a new face in the 4, Apollonia Vitella. This one will have the services of Kevin Navarro as Caberco is in Saratoga today. This one's been running at Parks and has been winning, but hasn't been doing it in very fast times relative to the times of the days there in the starter allowance. Her best race was actually her last race when she ran against those 25,000 claimers. They took a shot to claim her out of that race, and mainly because she's a state bred and eligible for our conditions here. Even though this one isn't that, it does include a bonus for a state bred if she does win. But she's eligible for a bunch of conditions here, including the 4 lifetime. So Apollonia Vitelli, if she can like her surroundings here and the fellow horses that she's up against, she could be a contender off of her last race. A couple of those starters aren't quite strong enough to win here. This 6 is She's a Wild Joker. I thought this one maybe not necessarily a win threat, but with her running style, might put her in the money because you do have some horses that want to be forwardly placed in here. You got a couple good ones putting up good numbers, so you're going to have a couple horses in chase mode. Usually when that happens, the horse that can sit back and relax can pass those tiring horses. She's a Wild Joker can play that role. She kind of chased a little bit more last time, but she wasn't that badly beaten by Unicorn Cake and Deezer Rock. Considering that was her first start off the layoff, it was actually a pretty good effort. I would expect her to maybe sit back a little bit more today, be a little more comfortable sitting back and trying to make a run. She does have an upset chance in here if they come back to her, but I thought she was more of a top 3 threat, or top 3 or 4. I used her 4th in race number 5. 5th race starts the late pick 4, Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in here. You got about 5 minutes to post.
On the track, race number 5 for Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Small Pebbles and Jeremias Flores. Number 2 is Light Thoughts and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Mommy Joe Dreams, Hemin Harkey. Number 4 is Apollonia Vitelli and Kevin Navarro jockey change. Number 5 is Unicorn Cake and Andre Worry. Number 6, She's a Wild Joker and Luis Perez. And number 7 is The End, Joel Cruz, the jockey. Post time in just a few minutes. Fillies and Mares start their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. Fifth race starts the late 50-cent pick 4. Approaching the gate. Fillies and Mares have made the way to the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 Fillies and Mares to go 6 furlongs. Odds on favorite 4 to 5, number 7, Z End. Mommy Joe Dreams up into line. Apollonia Vitelli. Unicorn Cake. She's a Wild Joker and Z End. Z End to the outside. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Mommy Joe Dreams who sprints out for the lead. As it's Small Pebbles towards the inside and grabs that lead. Light Thoughts splitting rivals up into second. Fourth place, the favorite ZN, who's a length and a half in front of Unicorn Cake. She's a Wild Joker second last, and 5 lengths to Apollonia Vitelli, who's at the tail of the field. Half mile to go. Small Pebbles on top. The lead's a length. Light Thoughts in second. Mommy Joe Dreams outside in third. ZN behind rivals in fourth. 2 lengths off the lead. 2 more lengths back to Unicorn Cake in the 5th spot. She's a Wild Joker. Has about 6 lengths to find and 7 lengths to the trailer. Apollonia Vitelli. The rails open for ZN, and ZN gets on through and contends for the top spot. Light Thoughts is on the outside with the lead. ZN's in second as Small Pebbles drops back a little bit as Unicorn Cake swung wide for the stretch drive. They got 3/16 to go. ZN has the lead. The lead's about 2 lengths over Unicorn Cake, who's bearing down on the outside. These two will decide it. 16th to go. ZN has the lead by a length and a half over Unicorn Cake, and ZN's now 4 for 5 lifetime. Unicorn Cake second. Mommy Joe Dreams in third. Apollonia Vitelli fourth. 7534. Number 7, Z End first. 6 furlongs, 112.78. ZN, official winner of the 5th, pays 250 to win. Back to the winner's circle, ZN. New York bred 3-year-old Chestnut filly by Weekend Holiday out of Z Smokin' Gal. Deborah Breed, Carrie Ann Breed, the ownership. Deborah Breed, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. Deborah Breed is the breeder. Double $11, exacta $5.80, 50-cent try, $6.05, dime super $3.60, 50-cent pick 3, $6.45, pick 5, 5 of 5, $570.75. 6 race here at Finger Lakes. You can scratch number 4, Native Spirit. Put Luis Perez and number 8, Other People's Money. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering, post time race 6 in 23 minutes at 3:49 p.m.
Getting ready for a good maiden race after we had a really nice match race between Z End and Unicorn Cake. Z End getting the first run on Unicorn Cake, who had to alter course, and Z End was able to hold that rival up. But two really nice looking fillies there. Z End just keeps getting better, and that one gets the victory. Joel Cruz for Deborah Breed. The sixth race, yeah, this is for filly mare maidens going 5.5 furlongs. Scratch one of the would-be first-time starters, Native Spirit. We got Louis Perez on the 8 other people's money. That one taking some money. But right now the current favorite is the Niz. I mean, the two, Merlin F getting some play. I think Niz is touting his horse or something. All 3 wins for the dam were in sprints, but this is the second full. The first one, his only win was the route. Does have some decent works for the first start. Not the strongest of breeding, but she is getting that early play. The 8 horse, other people's money, does go turf to dirt. She's had 2 dirt starts, 2 turf starts. One of them was an off the turf event behind a next style winner, runaway next style winner. So no shame there. But she did run good against the 50,000s when she did run on the turf. Question is she as good on the dirt as she is the turf, or is she as good on the dirt to beat these horses? Certainly got the breeding in the class. That would be no surprise. And the thing is, she's not really that strongly bred for the turf. So maybe coming here in this dirt race would be just what the doctor ordered. Other first-time starters, you do have the 7, Juliet on approach. This one out of it belongs to Diva. Now, that all 4 wins for that dam are on the turf, but a couple of the halves do run here, or have run here. Joe West and Our First Lady might be familiar with those. Those are also Aquilano trainees. This one, like Merlin F, does have some pretty good morning workouts. I thought it had the best morning workouts, but is a little bit cold on the board at odds of 13-1. Horse that has run is the 5 Adjustable Rate. I thought this horse, and this was my top choice in here, mainly because of the first start this horse had. She ran big. She ran second to Queen's Cat, and that was over a speed favoring racetrack that Queen's Cat took advantage of. Now, Queen's Cat turned out to be pretty good. She came back and beat winners in her next start, so she was sharp. Unfortunately, Adjustable Rate made another start, and didn't fare as well in that race. It was over a good racetrack. Looked like she was in contention, and then dropped back sharply and dropped out of the race. So maybe she didn't handle the racetrack. It was off that day. Maybe give her another chance today. That's what I'm doing. And she's a price right now at odds of 7-1. Better Be Smart's another one with experience. She's got the most experience in here. She ran second in her first start over the track. Not as strong a race as Adjustable Rates, but she did run competitively. She was wide last time on an inside day, so you can make a little bit of an excuse for her, but it seemed like she regressed. Again, there was some moisture in that track. See if she can bounce back and be a big threat in here. The other first-time starter is the 1 Classy West. This one out of West Coast Girl. Now, that dam costs $725,000 at yearling by Medaglia d'Oro. They only paid $5,000 for this horse. Could be a real bargain here. See how she does in her first career start. Like the 7, who's the other firster, she's not getting much play. It's all Torelli and the Niz getting all the early money of that first-time starter. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts with this race. You got about 10 minutes to post. Scratch the 4, Native Spirit.
Coming on the track, sixth race here at Finger Lakes. Looks like the two's leading the post parade. Number 2, Maryland F. and Hemin Harkey. Number 3, La Gran Artesana and Juan Diaz. Here's the 6, Better Be Smart, Andre Worry. Number 7, Juliet on Approach and Christian Navarro. Number 8, Other People's Money, jockey change Luis Perez. There's the 1, Classy West, Emmanuel De Diego. And number 5, Adjustable Rate, and Kevin Navarro. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes, approaching the gate for race number 6. And the fillies have arrived at the gate for race number 6. From Finger Lakes, 5.5 furlongs the distance, maidens. Interesting group of firsters and fillies with racing experience. 9 to 5, number 8, Other People's Money. 5 to 2, number 5, Adjustable Rate. Better Be Smart going in. Juliet on approach. And Other People's Money still behind the gate. Got a loose horse, number 3, La Grande Artesana. And she is loose. Coming back around the turn the wrong way. Please be aware. If you are on track of the loose horse, and she's going to be loose for a bit. There'll be a delay here in the running of the 6th. And late scratch of the 3, La Grande Artesana. The gap area to stable area seems to be aware, as loose horse is coming right towards them. Three still loose. She's on the far turn going the wrong way. See if she tries to make a left turn or continues to go on the backstretch. Looks like she's still on the backstretch, as the outriders will try and corral the 3. It was a late scratch in here, and she went right through. She jumped a low fence, and now she's in the stable area. And she is in the stable area, so if you can hear my voice, there is a loose horse in the stable area. A loose horse in the stable area for everyone that is in this stable area. So we're going to have a delay here in the running of the 6th race. And the reason is that the rider of the 3 is injured, and they're going to have to call an outside ambulance. So we're going to have a delay here in the running of the 6th race. And as the television graphic says, we thank you for your patience in this matter. We got another late scratch in this race. Scratch number 1, Classy Vet. On advice of the paddock veterinarian and by order of the stewards, scratch number 1, Classy West. Another late scratch in this 6th race. Horses back on the track. Fillies have arrived at the gate once again for race number 6. Down to a field of 5. To go 5.5 furlongs, 7-5 on number 8, Other People's Money. 2-1 on number 5, Adjustable Rate, and 7-2 on number 6, Better Be Smart. Better Be Smart. Juliet on approach, and Other People's Money still behind the gate. Other People's Money. Walking up. And going in. And they're off. Good start for Better Be Smart, who barrels out for the lead. Adjustable Rates towards the inside. Juliet on approach is 3 wide. And Other People's Money 4 deep and a length and a half off the lead. Now up into third. And 3 lengths back to Merlin F, who's in the 5th and trailing position. Adjustable Rate has a contested lead, and the pressure is being applied by Better Be Smart. In third, Other People's Money. Juliet on approach towards the inside. Merlin F from last up into third. Merlin F with a burst of energy. Gets into the race, goes 3 wide on the turn, a length and a half off the lead. We'll see if she can sustain this run as Adjustable Rate lets it out a notch at the quarter pole. On top by 3 parts of a length. Merlin F is to the outside. Better Be Smart. Other People's Money is spun wide for the stretch drive, and Juliet on approach trails the field as they run down to mid-stretch. It's Adjustable Rate on top by 3. Merlin F is now a clear-cut second. Better Be Smart drops back. Other People's Money in fourth. 16th to go. It's Adjustable Rate. Adjustable Rate will break the maiden today. Merlin F second. Other People's Money third. Better Be Smart fourth. Number 5, Adjustable Rate first. Second, number 2, Merlin F. 5.5 furlongs in 106.54. And third, number 8, Other People's Money. Fourth, number 6, Better Be Smart. 5286. You are reminded there were late scratches in race 6. Of number 3, La Grande Artisana, and number 1, Classy West, to go with the early scratch of the 4. It's official. 660 the winning mutual on Adjustable Rate. Adjustable Rate, third career start, a winning one. Back to the winner's circle here at Finger Lakes, New York bred, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Central Banker on a mystery mix. Windy Lee Farm. The owner, Jonathan Buckley, the trainer, and Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Windy Lee Farm, New York LLC bred, Adjustable Rate. Regular double 7.5, 10.60. Consolation double 7.1, 7.3, $2.40. Exacta $45.20, 50-cent trifecta, $22 even. Dime superfecta $8.57. Pick 444, $33.87. Seventh race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Gimme the Money. Jockey change to number 2, Disco Dino to Luis Perez. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double wagering. Post time for race number 7 in about 20 minutes at 4:40 p.m.
All right, horses are just now entering the paddock for race number 7, and a nice bounce back effort by Adjustable Rate. Was able to get the jump on Marlin F., who ran pretty big after breaking last, but Adjustable Rate gets the win. Kevin Navarro for Windy Leaf Farm and John Buckley. Have been saying those names a lot this year, and a real good effort by that one. Now we are going to look at the 7th race. The 7th race, we scratched the one, Gimme the Money, and features a couple horses with some back class. You got Disco Dino, who had that big effort as an upset winner of the Barker, and he was big odds that day, mainly because he was coming off the layoff when he won that race. He also won a race at Saratoga back in July. Well, last race, Disco Dino, he didn't fire as well. He dropped down to the 11-9 level and got beat by In Sky We Trust, who's no slouch. The Sky We Trust certainly was sitting on a win at that level. Disco Dino led all the way. Really had no excuse, but he did get beat by a better horse. He's the inside speed now with the scratch of Give Me the Money. The question is, how much does he have left in the tank, and can he run better than last time and beat this group? He is the inside speed. The 3-horse is Old Man Winter. He'll be a price in here right now. He's one of the longer shots on the board. He ran second against the 6250s after defeating Brock Moninoff, who just got a little bit short going 6 furlongs. We just saw that one win going 5.5. But Old Man Winter just always fires no matter what the competition. It seems like this is a little tougher as he's been running against a little cheaper throughout this year and then going back to last year. But his number last time wasn't bad. And Can't Beat Me actually ran a fast time for the day. So not out of the question for Old Man Winter with a patient rider, Michael DeVille, to sit just off and get in the money in this race. I thought he'd be a good long shot to use in the top 3. The other main contender looks to be the 542 Ace. Class-wise, this horse looks really strong in here when you consider he's been running against open claimers at Aqueduct, and now he finds a condition here at Finger Lakes at the 11-9 level. Does have a work over the track since that last race going back to January. Again, class-wise, he certainly fits. The question is, does he have enough sprint speed to stay close up with Disco Dino, as he's been showing that speed, but mostly in route races. Breaking Stones is the outside horse. He's not out of it. He comes off a win against much easier than these, but it was a nice effort as he got the class relief dropping from this level after a couple waiver claim races at the 11-9, and maybe he's moving in the right direction. Needed a couple races, gets the win, a little confidence builder, steps back up, and he ran a decent time considering that 112 on that good track was actually a pretty fast time for the day, especially for a 5,000 claimer. So he'll get a little class tested here, stepping back up to face the 11-9s, especially when you got a couple back class horses like 42 Ace and Disco Dino. Those are some of the contenders here in the 7th. Really tough race for this 11-9 condition. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in the 7th race. Again, we scratched the one. Give Me the Money.
Horses coming on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Gimme the Money. Here's the field. Number 2, Disco Dino. Jockey change to Luis Perez. Number 3, looks like it'll be number 4, Warrior's Revenge. Kevin Navarro, the jockey. Number 5 is 42 Ace and Andre Worry. Number 6, No Confession, Chris Russell. Number 7, Breaking Stones, Jeremias Flores. And there's the 3, Old Man Winter and Michael Davila Jr. Post time in just a few minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Got a 6-pack to go 6 furlongs. 3-2 favorite number 2, Disco Dino. 2-1 number 5, 42 Aces. First start in 2025 for 42 Ace, not Aces. Last race in late January of 2024. 42 Ace, strong second choice at 2-1, and third choice at 4-1, number 7, Breaking Stones. Old Man Winter going up and in. Warrior's Revenge. 42 Ace. No Confession and Breaking Stones. 8-5 on Disco Dino, 9-5 on 42 Ace. No Confession. Second last into the gate, and then Breaking Stones and Jeremiah's Flores to the outside. They're all on the gates. And they're off. Good start for Warrior's Revenge, who edges out for the lead. Disco Dino's at the fence. 42 Ace has some early energy and is 3 wide, a neck off the lead. Breaking Stone stacked out 4 wide. Old Man Winter behind rivals in 5th, and a length and a half back to No Confession at the tail of the field. About 4 lengths from top to bottom as they pass the half-mile pole. Disco Dino has the rail and the lead as Warrior's Revenge challenging on the outside with 42 Ace second and third. Old Man Winter up the inside. Breaking Stones is next, and a half length back to No Confession, who trails the field. 3 abreast with 2.5 furlongs to go. 42 Ace. Disco Dino tries to come back for more. Warrior's Revenge is in a tough and tight spot in between horses. Breaking Stones is wide, and then it's No Confession as they turn into the stretch. Disco Dino reemerges with the lead. The lead's a length and a half. 42 Ace shaken up in second. Breaking Stones on the grandstand side. No Confession in some very tight quarters. Old Man Winter's at the fence. Disco Dino close to home. 42 Ace. Breaking Stones. It's Breaking Stones sweeping to the front. Breaking Stones wins. 42 Ace second. Then it was an unlucky No Confession and Disco Dino. 7-5-6-2. Number 7, Breaking Stones first. 6 furlongs, 113.19. So we got a steward's inquiry and 2 jockey objections. We got the rider of the 4 Warriors Revenge, Kevin Navarro, lodging an objection against the unofficial second place horse, the 542 Ace, for alleged interference on the turn. And we've got a jockey objection, 6 versus 7. Rider of the 6 No Confession, Chris Russell, lodging an objection versus the unofficial winner, the 7 Breaking Stones, for alleged interference in the stretch. So Stewart's got an inquiry and 2 objections to take a look at. Please hold all tickets. No change on the inquiry or objections. No change in the order of finish. Stewart's ruled that neither incident changed the order of finish. No change. Breaking Stones. New York bred, 7-year-old bay gelding by Congrats out of Stonemaker. Paul Barrow and William G. Anthony, the ownership. Paul Barrow, the trainer. Jeremiah Flores, the winning jockey. Roddy Valente, bred Breaking Stones. It's official, 9:20, the winning mutual. Daily double, $44. Exacta, $88.50. 50-cent trifecta, $114.62. Dime superfecta, $66.85. Eighth and final Finger Lakes. Scratch number 5, Rockable, and number 6, Creation of Adam. Joel Cruz on number 8, U Butte. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final, about 18 minutes at 5:12 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude. Actually, we got ready to conclude this race car. We got the next few days dark. Our next live day will be Monday, so take a little break. You come here for some simulcast action. We're open for simulcasting every day, and then we come back with live racing Monday through Wednesdays. Next live day, of course, will be Monday with a 1 o'clock first post. Looking back at the 7th, man, at any point in that race, it looked like it was going to be a different winner. It was a very competitive race. Got a little tight at the end, as no confession, trying to get through. Got bothered late, but not enough to cause a disqualification. It was breaking stones on the outside that took advantage of the pace backing up, as Disco Dino, just not the same horse as he used to be, as he stopped late and breaking stones. Stepping up in class, gets the victory in the 7th. That's Jeremiah Flores for Paul Barrow. Well, we'll look at the last. It is a claimer for a never won 3 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. A lot of early money on the 3 Irie Man. Wasn't a convincing winner, but he did get the job done over what you could say is a weaker field last time, so you got to hope that he improves a little bit if you're backing him. The race before, he did get off bad, was never really in it on a speed favor in racetrack, but maybe got something out of it as he did come back and beat that easier field. See if he can make it 2 in a row. He should be able to get a trip in this race. And again, it's not much tougher than that last race, but it is tougher. The 1 horse and the 7 horse, that's 5 Aces and Smile Takes Charge, appear to be the 2 speeds here. U Butte also has some tactical speed on the outside. 5 Aces lost all chance at the start last time, and you could just draw a line through his previous race. Now it's 5.5. It's shorter today, as he's been going 3/4, so he could be dangerous if he is able to get out and beat Smile Takes Charge to the lead from his rail position. Now Smile Takes Charge should be out there with him, and he does get some class relief. He's also shortening up from 3/4 to 5.5, and last time was unable to sustain his speed. He did get pressed a little bit. It looked like he was going to be the main speed of the race, but he did get some company in the early stages. Now he's going to be the outside speed today, but he does get a little bit of class relief dropping down to the bottom, so he's very playable with the reduced level. He's currently at odds of 4-1. Other horse to consider, well, you do have the 4 With No Name, who actually put up a decent number last time. That buyer he has, finishing second to Image Equality, is competitive against this group. That was a little further, though, 6 furlongs. He showed kind of a new dimension. It may have been the case of the pace being slow that put him up there, but he was part of the pace, more forwardly placed than usual. But I think it had a lot to do with how slow they were up front. So with 5 Aces, a Smile Takes Charge in the race, you'd expect him to go back to his usual way of running, and that's sitting back and trying to make a run. He's another one that could be a try player in race number 8. Exacta Try is super offered in the last. Again, we scratched the 5 and the 6.
On the track for Race 8 looks like the two Don Antonio leading the post parade with Carlos Camilo. Number 3 is Erie Man and Andre Worry. Number 4 with No Name and Christian Navarro. Number 7, Smile Takes Charge, Emmanuel De Diego. Number 8, You Butte, Joel Cruz, the jockey change. Already on the turn is the 1-5 Aces with Kevin Navarro. Post time in just a few. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 6 to go 5.5 furlongs. Even money number 3, Erie Man. 2-1 number 7, Smile Takes Charge. Don Antonio walking up. With No Name, Smile Takes Charge, and U Butte. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a good start. Smile Takes Charge, 1 of 4, sending out for the lead. 5 aces at the fence. Don Antonio's in between horses in third. U Butte, widest of that first cluster in fourth. Now 2 lengths off the lead. A couple lengths back with No Name in second last. And Erie Man is at the tail of the field. Half mile to go, and it's 5 aces on the front end. Has a lead by a half length over Smile Takes Charge, who pesters outside second. Don Antonio to the inside of U Butte. U Butte now grabs third with No Name is in fifth. And 4 lengths off the lead and a gap of 3 to Erie Man, who trails the field. About a quarter of a mile left to travel. Smile Takes Charge and 5 aces doing battle on the front end. U Butte is in the clear on the 3 wide side. Don Antonio behind horses in fourth. Then it's Erie Man, who's out of last as they turn into the stretch, and they got 1 furlong to go in this race, and it's 5 aces who clings to that lead. Don Antonio gets a beautiful split, and Don Antonio now challenging for the top spot. Don Antonio and 5 aces. It's Don Antonio in the nightcap. 5 aces second with No Name third, close for fourth. U Butte or Smile Takes Charge. 2148. Number 2, Don Antonio first. 5.5 furlongs at 106.85. Back to the winner's circle, number 2, Don Antonio, New York bred, 5-year-old. Chestnut Gelly by Gormley at a Sapphire Sky. Bernardo Mongol III, the owner. Marissa Monserrati, the trainer. Carlos Camilo, the winning jockey. Monthill Farm bred, Don Antonio. It's official. 1180 is the winning mutual. Double $69.50, exacta $49, 50-cent try, $60.37. Dime super, $56.35. Pick 3, $110.37. Pick 4, $140.25. Pick 5, 5 of 5, $494 even. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing date, Monday. First post, 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a great evening.